Damn it. Keep forgetting things. Okay, so voice was pretty decent yesterday, I guess. Music was a bit loud. And so was the game. Put that at 1.5. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, fuck it. Today I will listen to YouTube. I will listen to number one Dex.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the L1 show. Today is November 7th and we're doing government and security stories to start your week. And a good November it is, except for the person on my timeline who said, I'm gonna drink some crock-pot Pepsi to celebrate November.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah.
Did you look into that? Is that literally just putting Pepsi in a crock pot?
Yeah, someone asked that person who tweeted it and was like, what do you mean by this? What do you mean crock-pot Pepsi? And they're like, like mulled wine, but just Pepsi in a crock pot.
There is some truth to that, because if you had really tough rump roast, it was urban legend / not that you could crock pot the really tough rump roast.
No, I've made
That's
Dr.
legit.
Pepper chicken.
Yeah.
I've made Coca-Cola chocolate cake. But that's not what we're talking about here.
No, we're just talking about like literally just pouring a 2-liter of Pepsi into a crock pot.
That's going to take so long. Why not pop that in the microwave?
What? Why drink it hot in the first place? Someone else tweeted, was like, wouldn't that remove the carbonation? What are you drinking
sure.
at that point?
Just hot sugar water.
I guess, yeah, it was bewildering. I can't stop thinking about it.
You know who else wondered what were they drinking at this point?
Well, we know what he was drinking because we have the detailed description of all of his largesse that he went through during those times. But those days, it appears, are over.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried convicted of defrauding cryptocurrency customers. Guilty on all counts. Not a good day for Mr. SBF.
Would you not be shocked if it was anything else?
Would you say that fortune did not favor the bold on this particular instance?
Well, it favored him for a while, yeah.
It favored the moron for some time. It heavily favored the United States government. So we don't know what the sentencing will be, but it could be up to 100 years, which is not long enough for that piece of trash.
He is going away for a long, long time.
And once again,
Or not.
I feel like we've already heard this, but we just keep getting new
Fluff pieces.
fiat
Yeah.
dictates and speeches that are not really much substance here.
Biden signs an executive order to oversee and invest in AI. One of the biggest things, we talked about this last week, how there's a lot of stuff in here that's not AI, but one of the pieces that came for AI is that you got to license your supercomputer.
Yeah, the bad thing, I mean,
let's see what the
in terms of
dev
like improving our lives and keeping AI from dominating us one day,
that's a lot.
not a lot in here. But in terms of giving the government control over the AI, plenty of stuff in here.
Did you go to the website? There's like an AI.gov now.
Oh no, I didn't say
It was all just fluff.
This is also more regulatory capture than any kind of real.
I'll just
Remember,
keep it as it
remember
is
when
for a
cryptography
while,
had to
just
have
to
export
verify
controls,
that I'm not
and
insane.
the State Department's like, I don't know if you can send this cryptography to Iran. It's too
It's
strong.
very likely.
It's like that with AI. Although the limits are kind of absurdly high for today. I think it's, what is it, like 10,000 H100 GPU equivalents if you have a single supercomputer that's that powerful. That's what they want to, if you're training a model, I guess, that is that complex, you want to register it with the government. But the Supreme Court's going to strike this down probably.
But let's say that you put that into law, all right? So now, yeah, it's kind of high. In 10 years, it's a desktop computer.
Yeah.
So,
It's your phone.
Yeah, it really will be your phone.
and it won't change.
No.
It won't adjust upward to accommodate that. And we have other big court cases, and one of the biggest, of course, is the FTC finally going after Amazon for antitrust, and there's a lot of things that we're learning from that.
Amazon execs destroyed years of evidence before FTC action, the agency says. So this is so amazing. There's so much stuff that has come out of this lawsuit and discovery. The FTC has smoking gun after smoking gun after smoking gun of people inside Amazon telling Amazon executives, hey, this is bad for the customer. Why are we doing this?
Jeff Bezos, there was a quote from Jeff Bezos saying, no, we're going to do this because we're going to make more money.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. It went all the way to the top.
If the FTC doesn't win this case, if they snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, it is going to be just, I will be so salty.
And yeah,
I think the other stories might be in the business section, but yeah, like a lot of stuff that we've been hearing about Amazon over, like, you know, the colluding to raise prices and all that stuff, and they were dumb enough to talk about it.
My favorite thing in all of the disclosures there from the U.S. government was the ad executives talking about defective ads, and it's like, we need to increase the rate of defective ads, or defective refers to ads that don't have anything to do with what you're looking for, because people will see it and buy it anyway.
Which grocery stores have been doing that for years, right?
Yeah.
Now, especially with the self-checkout corrals now, you have to snake through the
much crap.
It's like a minefield of currency.
maybe I do deserve to be.
I wonder if there are any like non-human intelligence anthropologists that are looking at this unfolding. It's like, oh, the evolutionary pressure is now on just whatever this is. What is this referred to?
There was a word for it when I worked at a grocery store. Was it impulse purchases?
Yeah.
Like, there was a word for, like, this is stuff we put here on end caps so people will impulsively buy them.
And it works, especially for kids. Well, it also seems that the SEC is going back in time and finally enforcing things. I wonder what changed that made them feel like they could get away with this. Maybe the fact that people are getting fed up with all of the horrible failures of security.
The SEC charges SolarWinds and its CISO with fraud and cybersecurity failures. This stemming from reporting to regulators that they were following cybersecurity processes that they weren't following. And you read the SEC charges and it sounds really big. But the reality is that this could have a chilling effect across all information security stuff inside of all of the government. There's a lot of pressure on tech people to say, oh no, it's fine. And when you point out something is horribly on fire, broken, and terrible by design, they tend not to include you in meetings anymore.
And there were more instances here where there was an underling that was like, hey, we should probably be doing this. And the chief guy was like, that's
It's like, oh, they extended the lifetime of that software a little bit longer. And it's like, well, that's really just life support for the Fortune 500. Your stuff is horribly insecure and should still be updated. Oh, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
And the SEC also, old man Goblin Gensler, has always been at war with cryptocurrency. It's never stopped. And in particular, he goes after it. It's like, oh, this is fraud, this is money laundering, this is speculation, you're gambling. But even when it's not those things, and it might actually have a functional purpose, you don't like it.
The SEC subpoenas PayPal over its US dollar-pegged stablecoin. He's probably planning to use this as leverage to get other kinds of controls out of PayPal. But that's just my cynical view.
Which is why you're here. I mean, this is, all of us are cynical to some degree.
But it's interesting because remember JPM coin
Yeah.
hitting a milestone in transactions? I don't think they're in this group.
That's so weird. And none of PayPal's bank-like activity and yet not having to register as a bank. That's also, no negative repercussions. That's also weird.
PayPal is horrible. I kind of like it when bad things happen to PayPal because they're trying to they're buying into this whole, we're going to make the world a better place by de-financing people, which is just disgusting. And if you love cheap drones, but you happen to work for the government, maybe you're in like land management or something and you're really getting something out of your DJI drone, bad news.
U.S. House Panel seeks ban on federal purchases of Chinese drones.
A lot of our national parks ban drones. Fun.
Even if you're a ranger?
Yep. Because they're noisy. They disturb wildlife, disturb hikers, yeah.
So what you're saying is we need to come up with a real dirigible. It'll be the hot item this holiday season.
We've got a limited amount of time to get it out before holiday season.
I bet any kind of rapper would just mess that up.
Yeah.
You have a tough time keeping those in the air. And we got some big multinational agreements this week. Now, you might be thinking, isn't this another multinational agreement that doesn't really enforce anything? You'd be right. Good job.
28 countries reached a landmark agreement, quote-unquote, on quote-unquote safe and responsible AI development.
But secretly, they're all developing AIs that don't adhere to this.
We always point out these things, not like you should read the article and, you know, blah, 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 but our reason in pointing this out a lot of the time is that a powerful AI model that you can download and run on your own hardware could empower you as an individual to sift through a lot of information or to have lots of really amazing things to do something for yourself. And that's really what terrifies these 28 countries.
US, Australia, China, and the European Union are the big ones, of course. And they're probably responsible for most of the boot on the throat of the world. I mean, Russia's definitely in the boot club, but of course they're not going to invite Russia. And we found out recently that Biden was encouraging businesses in America never to pay ransomware. And then they went around the world and they were like, hey, let's all agree not to do this. And once again, we have a non-binding agreement.
Alliance of 40 countries to vow not to pay ransom to cyber criminals, the U.S. says. So how long before it's against the law to pay the ransom to cyber criminals? I mean, not that you should.
Yeah,
You definitely should.
it's not a bad idea. I just don't know how binding it will be.
But we did just get the Las Vegas thing.
Yeah.
One of them did pay it.
Yeah.
So, interesting. And Nokia.
What year is it?
Well, Nokia may not be doing much in the current year, but they developed some stuff a while back and patented it, and they're saying that, hey, you're all violating.
Nokia sues Amazon and HP over video patent infringement. And so there's a link to the blog post from Nokia. Oh, we don't want to have to do this. And I went to read it, and there's no mention of the actual patents, because I would like to read the patents, and because of that, I'm very skeptical of these claims.
I was also, a little puzzled by it.
Has to do with streaming video,
Yeah.
encoding, and related videos. Like, how's YouTube?
At this point, because their blog post didn't mention the specific video, the specific patents and the innovations that they did, I'm of the opinion these are the rounded corners patents. Class.
Well, Canada is also a government that loves stamping down on its citizens and preventing them from using certain things because they don't like where it's from.
Canada bans WeChat and Kaspersky applications on government devices. We've covered both of those things separately in the past. Kaspersky in the distant past. Kaspersky Antivirus. They actually made a product that was kind of popular. It turns out, might have been a counterintelligence operation.
I mean, I would never use WeChat. Chinese are for sure. If an American IP pops up in WeChat, of course somebody's going to.
But then there's part of me that kind of thinks, like, how annoying is it if you're hoping to get some juicy American intel and it's just, like, memes?
It's just polluting the line. They're probably fine with that. They're so good at collecting them.
Yeah.
Just start a fund.
Maybe they make their own folder of memes based on what they steal from American chats.
Now, in stark difference between Mr. Gensler over here in the US, over in the UK, they have a whole different slew of crypto announcements.
UK publishes some final proposals for crypto and stablecoin regulation. This feels like a game show, and yet this is foreign and domestic policy.
Now, they are saying, hey, we want the people, the crypto people. Come here, open your crypto shop here. We love it. We're going to regulate it, but we love it.
That seems like that's not true. What with the whole having to have a license to get on the internet?
Oh, you got to have a license. You know what? Get a big wallet, because you're going to have a lot of licenses.
You have to sort them alphabetically.
You have to get a special license when you get more than 10 aggregate licenses for digital goods and services.
Now, the EU, which is different than the UK, of course, now, they had their big online thing ratified, and it's there. It's going to happen. It's terrible. And a lot of cybersecurity experts got together, and they said, hey, guys, you have no idea how bad this is.
EU digital ID reforms should be actively resisted, say experts.
40 plus experts.
What possible bad things could happen when a government has a list of citizens that are in various ethnic and racial categories? That could never go wrong, right?
30 plus, technically correct. 309.
I must have misread that.
30 countries.
30 countries, that's what I was thinking.
So this has to do with the electronic identification, authentication, and trust services. It has to do with your ID. Now it does give you like interoperability between the EU countries, so convenience. But it also has a lot of hidden badness in it, in terms of how you get one, what you have to prove, and the big thing about this that we always talk about is like you can be turned off. You get these freedoms, and then they don't like you, and then you just become a non-person. Because your ID's gone. And over in London, oh, you know what? I missorted that. Should have missed the boat with the UK story. It's in the Euro basket, so I'm going to take the win on it, but...
No one is going to be happy with you. Actually, probably no one would have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out.
Well, they need to notice. They need to be more perceptive about these things when they're consuming information. Well, in this world that we live in, Krista, come on. Anyway, in London, they have the iPhone battery trial. Now, of course, we know about the iPhone battery stuff. It was, to some degree, proven here. I think Apple admitted it, didn't they?
Yeah.
But for some reason in London, it never happened.
Mass lawsuit against Apple over iPhone batteries can go ahead. London Tribunal rules.
I think someone saw that lawsuit in the US and they're like, hey!
Now, if you have the attention span of a goldfish, you might remember that here it was like, the land of capitalism, and Apple can have planned obsolescence. They still had to pay, I think, what was it, $100? They could give you a $100 credit toward a new phone for the battery repair service, which made replacing your battery like $30.
I think this is a little bit, they're claiming more here though. They're saying that Apple sort of did the thing where, when you first get the phone, it works well, then they degrade it over time because all the reviews have been done and you've gotten used to it and you won't notice it as much. And also that they did this not just to save the batteries, but to keep from costing money.
Gosh, that sounds exactly like the iPhone 17 release thing where, remember, it's getting hot and doing weird stuff, and then they got a software patch to make it not get hot, which conveniently enough alters performance.
But look at what they did. They figured out the cycle, and they were like, how can we make people beg us to throttle their phones? Make them blow up. Can we all agree?
People
Make them
don't
blow
like
up.
that. It's slightly radioactive.
And the Dutch also are still in a bitter fight with Apple. This has been going on for years. And the regulator is basically just refuting Apple's claims here. I don't even know if this is a court action.
Dutch regulator disputes Apple's commissions in dating app case. Now, this is interesting. It's the one that we covered before, but it's basically just Apple's charging fees, 30%, whatever,
and not allowing you to step out.
But we're gonna in the business section we're gonna talk about Apple's earnings and all this other kind of stuff. They make more money from services and the App Store than they do from the entire line of MacBook laptops, like gross revenues, not net revenue. Like the gross billions of dollars from laptops is not as much as from iCloud and related things. In fact, iCloud is like 3 times as much, and that's mind blowing. First of all, but second of all. It might have been a poor translation, but it seemed like the Dutch prosecutors were saying, why does Apple, like if you go to a website, and the website is a complicated website and it does a whole bunch of stuff, and you can download the website as an application kind of thing, why does that not incur a fee when something in the App Store does incur a fee? That's a good question.
Because it's our store. You're just a guest.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll see more of that. I'm sure that will go on for years and years to come.
I mean, how many apps could exist as a web app in JavaScript or WebAssembly and run reasonably fine? The cost for those apps and the infrastructure and everything else could be zero.
I think no one will find it. No one will find it. No one cares.
So Apple is being unique. That's a de facto unique.
Girl boss, gatekeep, gaslight.
Well, you may notice that we covered this is mainstream media, but the television media and stuff like that is really losing its grip, and the ability to control the hearts and minds of the people means that you keep having to get more and more draconian control of social media and alternative media, and make sure that people who don't have a lot of followers who are just talking about these things can't say certain words ever, or take away everything that they have.
That doesn't sound familiar at all.
And you need to get control of that. And then, let's say that in the midst of all that, you start a really unpopular war. Really unpopular. How do you then
Sitting a little too close to home.
how do you maintain that control?
Oh, Russia, thank God. Russia blocks 167 VPNs, steps up OpenVPN and WireGuard disruption. So basically, it's like, oh, we can't inspect this traffic. Good luck.
So they've banned their business VPNs, but also now they are blocking IP addresses and ports, and
Just run
as you
with the
mentioned,
brakes.
sniffing around for possible open source protocols running.
This is definitely not.
That's what everyone dreamed of when they thought of the internet. Just little tiny partitions by country and people groups, so that way people can't share ideas.
And when you're desperately trying to reach out to another group, it just gets sliced off.
Yeah, that was the dream of the internet, I think.
Well, the Chinese dream of the internet, in terms of the Communist Party, probably was that, because they've never felt good about that kind of thing, and they have a similar problem with controlling the speech.
China removes anonymity of bloggers' accounts with more than 500,000 followers. So if you got more than 500,000 followers, they want to know who you are. They want to make sure that you're not spreading a disruptive message.
Put in your full name.
I'm so happy that we don't live under this communist rule, because Western governments would never do. Oh, Canada did it. Canada.
Google tried that for a while too. Remember YouTube comments? Everyone was very angry about
Oh,
that.
and Google Plus.
Yeah.
Like, we're just going to do it's like, we've done the simulations. This is the only answer. And it's like, really? I've heard that kind of attitude before. The first time I encountered it was Microsoft when they said that 320 by 240 was the only resolution you needed on a phone.
Is that the only time YouTube's really walked something back?
Yeah.
Because like every other change they've made, they kind of stick by it. Like the whole, you will not have an ad.
It's like, all right,
Ad blocker.
we'll go to another platform. We can't talk about that.
Yeah, you're literally not allowed to mention the other platforms. And in India, they have all those things as well, but they will take it a step further, it seems, because when the stuff out in the open is not quite silencing everybody, you got to go behind the scenes, maybe do a little hacking.
Apple warns Indian opposition leaders of state-sponsored iPhone attacks. So basically, Apple is telling Apple phone owners, hey, somebody's trying to mess with your phone in really strange and interesting ways that we're not really sure about.
Yeah. Of course, everybody kind of openly knows who's doing it. It's the current people in power. They do love controlling social media and phones. And in Brazil, they are not quite as wealthy as we are here in America, but they still have all of these services, and they want to sell them all of these things. And these people are like, some of us are really poor, so we maybe just want to steal this, because we really can't realistically pay you all the subscription fees on the money that we make. And the government stepped in and said, we will work hand in hand with all of these companies.
Brazil regulator claims 80% of Pirate TV boxes were blocked last week. How did they do it? That's actually the real story here. There's like a whole Pirate TV control thing, and they can block thousands of IP addresses at once. There's like a little war room where they get together. There's like this crazy picture. Yeah, it's just like, oh, we got racks and racks of telecom equipment, and they can monitor everything on the giant TVs. It's like, shut her down.
Calling it a war room made it sound more impressive in my head than it was kind of like a conference room.
Conference room with 2 walls of TVs.
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive, but
And those are
where's the lava pit?
Are those racks or vending machines?
I think they look like racks.
Yes.
The combo would be great, right? The biggest thing here that shocked me was, you kind of expect them to do all this other stuff, blocking all the services and spying and making sure, but now it is actually illegal to have a set-top box that's not on the allowed list. If you built your own, if you 3D printed a case, put a Raspberry Pi in there and plugged in an HDMI cable, you're going straight to prison.
A Disney regulator is coming right now.
With a SWAT team. Oh, and here's a little nugget of
This should
terror.
not surprise anybody.
If you're thinking, hey, you know what keeps me up at night? The fact that law enforcement has unfettered access to all the DNA research from the private companies. That's terrifying. Could it possibly be worse? How about Big Pharma getting access?
23andMe announces collaboration extension with a new data license agreement with GlaxoSmithKline.
This is the commonly referred to de-identified or anonymized data, which we all know when it comes to DNA, there's no such thing. It's literally a unique identifier.
We found this guy in this 23andMe database. You won't believe it. He's got this weird allergy to meat. It's crazy.
Just go read a court transcript where they use DNA evidence, because they'll always ask the experts, like, what are the odds that this is a match? And they'll be like, 11 billion to 1. And yet we're going to anonymize it?
I was reading that like 23andMe has never claimed to be like a healthcare thing, and that's why they can get around like HIPAA stuff.
Oh, that's kind of flies in the face of that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Well, you volunteered to give up your, and it's like, no, I didn't. It's like,
I just wanted to pay you to get the DNA kit, not for you to sell it.
And Microsoft was a big player in the SolarWinds debacle. And it seems that when they saw the headline of the SolarWinds people being prosecuted, they were like, oh, we should announce something.
Microsoft is overhauling its software security after major Azure cloud attacks. Now, so far, there's a logging feature they haven't rolled out to E1 customers, or they're only just starting to roll it out for the E1 customers. You couldn't even detect the hack that already happened, not the SolarWinds hack, but the other hack. So, yeah, this is good. This is really good.
And of course, the biggest thing about the announcement is now AI will be in charge of detecting that. So Microsoft going to depend on AI to figure out when they're being hacked, rather than proactively trying to stop it, I guess. And they did not stop anybody when it came to Move It. And we keep finding out more and more about the victims of Move It and exactly how much was lost.
Russian hackers breached 632,000 DOJ and Pentagon email addresses in massive Move It cyber attack, report says.
That's a lot.
Not great.
They got access to their email inboxes, I think. And who knows what they got from there. I mean, you could two-factor from there.
This article actually mentions OPM. Good job, article author.
Bingo.
Take a drink.
But it shouldn't count when it's actually in the article.
Well, you got another one earlier. I forgot to mention it. And the Russians, again, boy, they just can't keep their dirty Russian fingers out of our cyber security stuff. And this time, an interesting vector.
Now Russians accused of owning JFK taxi system to sell top spots to cabbies. This isn't even a counterintelligence thing. This is just good old fashioned, let's make some money.
Now, they did have some inside guys. The inside guys have been arrested and charged.
2 of them.
And the 2 Russians who were doing, it sounds like the Russians were doing the technical work.
Yeah.
And the inside guys were just like sneaking USB sticks in various places. So the scam here is to go from the airport in a cab costs north of $70 to get into the city. So the cabbies love that. That's like free money to them because it's only going to take them about an hour. And what these guys were doing is they were charging $10 to move you to the front of that line. So you could just keep rotating that $70 loop all day long, pay them $50 at the end of the day, and you're still going to net a lot of cash. Not a bad scheme.
You know, until they got caught.
Yeah. And we have a new kind of malware here, which is interesting because many times malware, the payload is a crypto miner. But in this case, it's the mirror universe.
Powerful malware disguised as crypto miner infects 1 million plus Windows and Linux PCs. Antivirus provider Kaspersky is the one that found this. Stripefly is what they call it. It's malware camouflage as cryptocurrency miner. It's been targeting PCs for more than 5 years. It actually is a cryptocurrency miner, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it does that, right?
Yeah.
It does other stuff too.
Yeah.
But you install it as a crypto miner.
Yeah.
Like you want a crypto miner, you go and get this, you get some malware. It's Eternal.
It's a tale as old as time, it seems like.
I think Eternal Blue is the name of the. Yeah. Here's a fun flow chart for you to enjoy. It's a little bomb.
Just to make you a little nervous.
And Google has screwed up a new version of Android. How often do we hear that? Pretty much every version of Android. I don't know who's testing anything anymore.
Ars Technica's extra salty headline is Google promises a rescue patch for Android 14's quote-unquote ransomware bug. Now, this wasn't actually ransomware. It's just, once again, when Android has an advanced feature that power users adopt, no one inside Google tests that. This is multiple profiles on your phone. So if you set up a work profile and an off-work profile on your Android phone, when that's working correctly, that's actually really cool. At the end of the day, you can sign out of work, and then your work notifications and all your nonsense that you have to deal with for work goes to sleep, and you can have something else. The problem is that when you upgraded to Android, the latest version of Android, it would, and you had multiple profiles set up, it would lock you out of local storage, which could prevent your phone from booting. And Google didn't even acknowledge that as a problem for more than a week.
Probably the percentage of people who use it is so low, they're just like, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, that literally is exactly what happened, as is what happens. Oh, the percentage of people who are using Google domains is so low, we just don't care.
Well, it's a little bit disturbing. When the government and business were working so closely hand in hand that you can't tell the difference. Gosh, there's a word for that. What is that? Can't think of it right now. But that's scary. And it's even scarier when a business has so much involvement with the Department of Defense that you could just consider them a part of it, right? But then you see this headline.
Boeing says a quote-unquote cyber incident hit parts of its business after it got threatened with a ransom. Well, you know, some stuff happened. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's kind of what they've announced. Now, this is the part of their business that supplies spare parts. So if your plane needs a spare part, it might be a little bump in the road getting that.
Oh.
I'm sure they didn't get any important, confidential, classified information about, I don't know, our jets. And here's a terrifying little story. Now, we've seen a lot of this. We talked about Flock a lot in the past. There's some other companies that do the like, hey, just partner with us and we'll blanket your world in cameras. These guys are taking a different approach. You think it's Fusus? Is that how you would pronounce that?
No.
Sus. Among
Fusus?
us. Sus.
I took it as F-U, you're sus.
They forgot the dash. Anyway, they take a slightly different approach, which is, you know, they say like, hey, cameras are already everywhere. Just give all control to all cameras in your city to us, and everything will be good.
AI cameras took over a small town, American town. Now they're everywhere. So this is a piece of software that lets you tie together, you know, doorbell cameras and light pole cameras and consumer individual cameras and whatever you want to give the police and so on and so forth. And so it can be used to fight crime or detect citizen movement or whatever.
This control room looks a lot like the other one, doesn't it?
I was about to say, yeah. So I was like, man, this is a whole episode just devoted to ominous control rooms. But you can charge your phone in the middle there if you don't want to pay attention to the meeting.
Well, obviously, you can plug in your laptop.
Yeah.
Listen, sometimes when you're not paying attention, your mom just had a blood transfusion and you don't know what's going on.
It's interesting. It used to be kind of verboten to haul your phone out at a meeting. That's not true anymore.
No.
I feel weird about that. I usually take notes by hand, which is maybe a little analog.
People like, you know, even the high ranking people who call the meeting are on their phones for the entire meeting.
I love it when I go into a meeting and the person who called it is like, okay, what are we here for? And I'm like, you set this up. What are we doing?
So this, you can plug all of your cameras into this thing, and they claim that it does not have facial recognition.
Why wouldn't it?
In the press release.
Why not?
But in the sales copy, it does say it has facial recognition.
Oh, right. There it is.
And it does also identify. So for example, you get a crime happens and somebody's like, yeah, I was wearing a white hoodie and black shoes. And then this thing is like, oh, okay, let me find everybody that's got a white hoodie and black shoes. And it should return that to you.
If you haven't downloaded the Python thing that does that, you should that's the ultimate democratized thing. If you have crappy surveillance cameras and it's like, hey, show me anybody that walked in front of my house that had a white cap and baseball shoes on, it can do that right now today. You don't have to, no programming is involved. It's like 3 lines of Python.
So you don't have to buy cameras. They've got this thing called Smart Core, which you just run your camera through, and it adds all of the artificial intelligence and the piping everything back to the central location on a dumb camera. So if you've just got a surveillance camera, you're a business owner, they're going to come to you, see the camera registry program. That sounds wholesome, doesn't it? And there's also a phone app if you would like your personal videos to be searchable by everybody in power.
It's wild to me sometimes when you try to explain this to older people, like, no, they're like monitoring cameras and stuff. Like, isn't that good? Doesn't that reduce crime? And I'm like,
So they have a lot of sales material if you'd like to peruse it to explain exactly what all this stuff does. And
How long is the footage retained? Silence.
yeah.
well, look at the number one comment. The positive benefits are obvious. I'm not concerned with questions of privacy. It's an ongoing debate. Yeah, I'm sure Rick Sachs is a real human.
Are you the C-137 Rick Sachs or?
Privacy as a computer. I don't have privacy.
Large language model.
Anyway, that's it for today.
But seriously, build one of these for yourself and see how horrifying it can be. Because oh boy, being able to ask your cameras what they saw today. It's like, how's it going today, Timmy? It's like, I saw 17 people today. Oh, really? One of the things I saw was a really old classic car. Oh, okay.
That's lovely. And then you maybe pour yourself a nice big drink of hot Pepsi from the crock pot.
Well, you wouldn't pour it as much as a ladle, probably.
Yeah.
Because you got to go in there.
Well, and someone called it mulled cider, which usually if you make a cider, you have like spices and stuff. And I was like, what spices would go well with Pepsi if you mulled it?
Well, obviously, the magical herb mixtures you put in Dr. Pepper, right? 'Cause
Engagement challenge.
basically the same
Yeah,
thing.
what spices would you put in your hot crock pot Pepsi?
Shoe polish.
Cyanide.
Something to kill me so I can forget.
So I don't ever have to taste this again.
Anyway, we'll see you the next day. Bye.
Yeah. Yes. These episodes, they should be days long, man. Have I missed out on anything? Blood for the blood cooler. Ah, fuck it, I'll listen to it.
Chris
Yeah.
things where it's zoop.
Oh, that's right, I dropped off this one. Nice. Alright, so sorry, I'm just working out the schedule, trying to figure out what
Hello,
I'm driving
everybody.
exactly.
Today is
and
November
stuff.
1st, and we're doing business and social stories to start your week.
The
and
year
mid
is
your week.
slipping away.
It is rapidly.
Are you guys interested in Devember this year? Comment below.
Last year was not a great turnout for
I
Disney.
I think everyone was kind of feeling a little.
Oh, you think they're not now?
Yeah.
Have things gotten better?
Say, put it like this,
I
and
I don't
then
know
my
if we do we
hours
want to do
are
Minecraft this year because I
23.
feel like Minecraft's gotten kind of terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They stole my Minecraft account.
They've taken everything good from us.
They really have. Everyone's really
Okay,
mad
so I
about the
guess
mob
I might
mode in
as well
Minecraft now.
just
I don't understand all the full nuance of it yet, but
I don't
no
know
one's
what-
happy with
explain what
Microsoft.
that is.
So
through and
they sometimes will introduce new
the
mobs. So like,
clips.
I can't remember what they did this last time, but like, say they wanted to do new sheep or pigs or bats or whatever, and then they'll put it out as a poll for people to vote on. And people were like, why can't we just have all of them? Stop
31,
making us vote
30.
for it.
It doesn't seem like it's that hard, but they're probably trickling it out to try and keep Minecraft going as long as possible.
I
Engagement
guess,
challenge.
yeah.
Yeah. So I guess let us know. Comment below. Like, what's the gaming challenge for November? What's the dev challenge? What would you be interested in? Or comment on the forum. There'll probably be a thread there for that.
But don't comment unless you intend to do something.
Yeah.
Because a lot of you, I understand having good intentions and then abandoning it. But there's a lot of that.
Yeah, I'd be fine even if we just wanted to like spin up a server or something just to have fun. Like that'd be fine. But
Well, you know where they're not having fun, and we've covered the saga of this poor city for quite some time, and that is San Francisco.
Dropbox is handing over 25% of its San Francisco HQ back to the landlord, and commercial real estate
Damn
softens.
it.
Was this the one that had the quote from the landlord that was just, I don't know what we're going to do with this?
Yeah, they also point out that Uber is
I can read it
subletting
now,
to
at least.
OpenAI, so rather than give it back, they've found another customer, but nobody wants San Francisco real estate at this point.
I'm always blown away that Uber needs like a 50% margin to operate. Uber should be run by like 7 people. It should be the SQL Lite of apps. There's like 3 people to do everything.
And this is sad because, you know, we're constantly talking about the chip war and where everybody's going and what they're doing. And we had some hope that some of the smaller chip people could step up and become powerful and challenge the big ones. Apparently not.
Sci5 lays off hundreds of Risk 5 developers. Weirdly, though, for a lot of the positions they laid off, they opened up similar positions in India.
It's weird how that works, huh?
Weird.
ARM was supposed to be like purely British, and we're gonna do everything here. And now we have Risk 5 that was gonna be like, oh, the other alternative. It's just doing the same thing. And Intel has their new chips, which were somewhat panned for being not that big of a change. But
Same. Literally the same.
Well, no. They're insisting that there's new stuff.
Intel's new 14th gen CPUs get a boost to gaming performance with an APO feature. APO. There's 2 games that support it right now, Metro Exodus and something else.
Rainbow Six.
And this is a program that sits in the back and talks to the hardware. And the combination of the driver and the thing that talks to the hardware makes the game run faster because it schedules it better. This is not Thread Director or anything like that. This is something for the game. This theoretically should run great on 13th gen. I mean, it seems like there's a 99.999% chance that this would run completely fine on 13th gen. I expect hackers to unlock whatever is required of this to make that work. And 12th gen is a little more iffy. It does also require BIOS support, so maybe some of the problem here is that board vendors just don't want to provide the BIOS hooks for the driver to control what the CPU is doing. But it seems really weird. Like, just would you spit in the face of the people that bought 13th gen to be like, oh yeah, you don't get this feature? And it's like, what?
You don't have to ask me twice. I'll spit in anybody's face.
Well, we do not know the answer here, but because of the power of time travel, by the time you watch this, you will already have the answer. You just have to go Google it.
M3 series MacBook Pros to be the focus of Apple's October 30th event. This is on Mac Rumors. What's really, really nuts here, though, is that Apple announced this right after Qualcomm announced their new fire-breathing mobile chip. Yeah. And Apple never does that. So is Apple's like the M3, again, is probably like plus 2% over the M2, and it probably runs hotter and uses more power. That's not a good sign.
But this maybe is a good sign because we always want more competition in the desktop chip market.
Qualcomm Snapdragon X Elite chips promise major PC performance. The details around this were a little cloudy, and I don't trust Qualcomm to be honest in their presentation. But they say that at the same power, it's faster than the M1, and at more power, it's 30% less power or more performance for the same power. Not dramatically more performance. Yeah, it's like I don't know if I believe this, but we'll see.
Interesting new player in the game.
It's weird though, because if you could roll the clock back and Qualcomm could do this when the Surface X launched, which was before the M1 MacBook, the world would be a vastly different place. But instead, the executives were like, we can use ARM CPUs to make the cheapest, crappiest tablet ever. And so it's been hard to get everybody's mindset out. So no, we have to build a premium experience that's really good.
A vastly different story. I think it would have stopped the wars.
Shit's documented.
Everything would have been way back. We'd go right back to like 2015.
I think it would have been like in the Bill and Ted movies where it's like the right song came out and it united the world.
Well, if that's the path to utopia, then maybe NVIDIA is yet another possibility for us to save ourselves.
NVIDIA to make ARM-based PC chips and major new challenge to Intel. It's like, oh, the hubris. Because, in a world where PC buying parts is down and Sci-Fi is laying off people and the flash and mechanical storage industries are about to commit seppuku, NVIDIA's like, we're going all in on ARM. And it's like, all right, you do you. That sounds good.
And a lot of big tech CEOs, they make some terrible decisions. And they stick by them and they're like, no, we really did the right thing. And then one day they're like, you know what? Maybe it was a mistake.
Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella admits that giving up on Windows Phone and mobile in general was a mistake.
It's a market that's grown.
I think that we've all collectively forgotten how to make something that's useful, that's mobile, or just Even things like remote desktop is weirdly broken. If you remote desktop into a computer and then you go somewhere else and try to remote desktop in from another computer, the first computer's like, oh, I got disconnected for some reason. Let me reconnect over and over again. And remote desktop gets weird. Like, nobody's testing this anymore at Microsoft. It's just like if you don't use a web browser to go to a web page and everything you need doesn't live in that one web page, it's just F you.
Literally Teams earlier, I was like, I'd messaged you guys and it was like, oh, I'm not going to send that message.
Yeah, just nobody tests, nobody cares.
Do you think that Mark Zuckerberg reads that headline and has even an ounce of self-awareness?
No.
Well, Apple, they released a new watch, and much like some of those chips we were talking about, it was not wildly different from last year's watch. And in fact, the big new feature wasn't even ready for the hardware launch, but it's ready now. And if you've got the Apple Watch, you can get it and try it.
The Apple Watch's double tap gesture points at a new way to use wearables.
So you don't have to touch the screen. You just have to do this. That's almost like the OK symbol.
I was imagining a scenario where you do this symbol, like, and it changes your language on your watch to Italian.
It'd be great if you could, like set your own symbol, or train it on whatever.
Yeah.
You're just doing gang signs.
I want to do this for answering the phone, like hello.
That would be cool. Moshi Moshi, Wendell desk.
So, look at these white supremacists. It is somewhat programmable, but not completely programmable. So they point out, like in music, you can choose the double tap could be a pause, or it could skip to the next track.
I also like that this article goes out of its way to point out, like now if you had the accessibility gestures, as if you're motion impaired or you can't touch the screen for some reason, there was an accessibility feature on these phones for years where you could do gestures like that and the motion detector would detect it and it would react to that as an accessibility feature for people that are motion impaired. This article goes out of its way to point out, it's like, no, it's not that. But it is that, but it's been enhanced. They said, oh, we didn't even think that would be a feature that could be used this way, and now we've made it absolutely way better.
Kind of a use case of like testing it with people you wouldn't expect is actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I don't think they test very much is the entertainment centers in modern vehicles.
This article blew my mind.
Because they are total trash. And it blew my mind as well because in my old beat-up truck, I don't have an entertainment center. I just have a radio. And I can't stand to listen to commercial radio because there's so many commercials. I only listen to NPR, which also makes me angry. But it's better than commercials. Apparently, I'm in a class by myself, so most people don't care.
People with CarPlay are mostly just listening to AM, FM radio.
How? Why?
Look at these charts.
I figured for sure streaming would be much higher, like, because I pretty much only listen to Spotify. I haven't listened to the radio in years.
I mean, I guess there's, some lag time of modern cars having that, but what year did we get, was that ubiquitous? It's been there for a while.
My old car doesn't have an entertainment thing, but even then I had a cable to hook my phone in with.
Or you can just do the little FM thing?
Yeah.
No, I guess people just want noise.
But you can pick your own noise. You can pick noise that speaks to you.
And Apple is, recently they've been sort of more and more kowtowing to the repair thing, because I think they've seen the writing on the wall. And at this point, the entire wall is covered in writing, and I don't think they have any other options here.
Apple backs Biden's push to right to repair law. This is, again, that's just Apple. It's like, we want to give you the right to repair, but we want you to go through official channels for that so we can get a cut.
They've also announced that they will, and everybody expected this, but they will apply the California rules to the entire country. So, I guess that's good. Not going to affect me. And quantum computing. Now, last week we talked about China had a hot new quantum computer, and they were super proud of it, but it was a short celebration.
Atom Computing is the first to announce a 1,000 plus qubit quantum computer. It can start up companies up to its count by an order of magnitude in 2 years.
And the PS5, the modern consoles seem to be moving further and further toward you don't get to own your games. It's been like that for a while. In fact, we've seen many games that ship on a disc where the game is not on the disc. It's just an installer and a license for you to go download the game. They're taking that a bit further, but pretending to continue to give you the choice.
The new PS5's optional disk drive requires an internet connection to connect. The online requirement has raised preservation concerns. Yeah, this is also just terrible. Like Sony, again, corporate death penalty. This is so egregiously evil. Like there was no point in building the disk drive. There was no point in the product. This is just
Waste for waste's sake.
This is just preying on misleading a customer. There is no way that a customer would ever buy one of these for any reason if they understood how it worked.
That's wrong. They would buy them in order to use their own disk drive to bypass DRM, which is exactly why the disk drive must be locked down completely.
It locked down to the point where it's just placebo. I mean, you might as well just tape a picture of the CD-ROM on the side of the thing.
Look at the cost savings.
Just wave the CD in front of it. It'll know.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we are at this point. What's the difference between an RFID chip that unlocks the game and the game? It's just, this is the dumbest timeline.
Speaking of dumb,
You can keep track of that timeline with this dumb item.
Motorola demos a smartphone that can wrap around your wrist. Again.
who is this for?
I don't understand how it stays.
There's another picture for the presenter, and she's got like some sort of silver bracelet on, and it's theorized, at least by the person who wrote this
so
article,
what happened
that
there?
it's
I
like a
just
magnet.
got super
So you have
nauseous.
to wear a bracelet, and then attach your
CPU is
phone to
doing
the
things,
bracelet.
and
I
then
was really
everything
hoping for one of those
lags.
snap wrist
Yeah.
things where it's,
Fucking Windows 11, man. Bullshit OS.
We hit each other's a lot. Those in school.
It was big. I like the fuzzy ones because it's like, oh, look how soft and gentle it is. Then you just
And the electric vehicle market continues to expand and continues to have some growing pains.
Honda says making cheap electric vehicles is too hard and ends its deal with GM.
you can just put that in the contract. If it's too hard, I don't want to do it. Okay, sign that.
It could also have something to do with the GM's ongoing strikes, which no one is reporting, and there's some stuff there, but Honda's just like, nope, we're out.
Well, it could also have to do with the American consumer not being able to afford these dumb cars.
Also graphite.
There's so many factors.
See also the government section.
Now, why did GM desperately want that help from them? That's because they're terrible at this, and they have fumbled it in the past badly.
GM offers $1,400 to the 20 to 22 Chevy Bolt owners who don't get a battery replacement. There's a class action lawsuit that's pending, and there's a good chance that GM is going to have to replace your battery. They're trying to get out of giving you a new battery by paying you to run a piece of software to figure out if your battery is defective. If your battery is not defective, they don't have to give you a new battery. They don't have an easy way to figure out if the battery is defective or not.
You also have to drive it for 1,400 miles. So you get your money, but then you have to wait ever how long it takes you to drive that many miles before you can go back to them and see if they'll give you the new battery.
The software also limits the maximum charge of your battery in case it is defective to 80%, because the chance of catastrophic failure increase exponentially when the charge level of the battery is beyond 80%.
I bet there's also language there. I don't know this for a fact, but I bet there's language when you sign to get your $1,400 that you're not going to hold them accountable because now you understand that your battery might be electric.
There is
The article
like that.
actually has,
Yeah.
it does
that
actually.
part.
There was also a comment. Someone said they did it, and it was things like you can never sue them.
Yeah. Arbitration. Probably something like that.
So it's like, what? Originally they were doing this for free. It's like, come in, we'll give you some software. And it's like, well, wait, this says that I won't get a battery. I would rather just have the battery. And they're just like, hence the class action lawsuit.
And a lot of these companies are losers when it comes to EVs. They can't figure them out. They're bad at them. But there is one company that just keeps winning and keeps conquering the world when it comes to EVs.
BMW, Mini, Rolls-Royce, Toyota, and Lexus are switching to EV plugs. Whose EV plugs? Elon
Tesla.
Musk's EV plugs.
Who else?
He's going to get so much federal money for that.
Well, he might use that federal money that he gets to pay off some lawsuits for this
This is
rotten
strange.
egg. This car is so dumb. Now, we don't know for sure that the final production ones, which are coming out very soon, this month, based on your timeline, will have this terrible feature, but some of the test ones did, and it's a head scratcher.
Even the Tesla Cybertruck brake lights don't make sense.
The photos in this article don't really do it justice. You have to see it to understand it. Like, there's a video that you should check out if you want to look at it.
It turns off a light when it's braking.
You got this light bar. There's actually 2 lights here, and when you brake, one of them goes off. So the overall amount of red light when you brake reduces rather than increases, which if you're paying close attention, you might not be affected by, but we have this built-in, like, decades of muscle memory and responses that this thing doesn't follow.
There are other cars that do that. There's a car that has, like, its normal running lights has 3 lights on the back, like the 2 normal brake lights and the one in the middle. You know, like the one at the top of the rear windshield. And when you hit the brake, the one in the middle goes off, but the other 2 come on super bright. That's okay.
As long as it's brighter, but the issue is this. It's like, it gets darker. Like, there's less light.
I feel like they were just like, oh yeah, that's really cool, where the middle light goes off, and they just screwed it up so bad.
The other thing about EVs is that almost universally everybody lies about the range. Now, this is a part of gasoline cars too. That estimation that they give you for miles per gallon, it's in the best possible conditions. It's like, you know, flat road, slight downhill grade with a Category 5 hurricane behind you. But should we allow this kind of thing?
Tesla warns that a federal probe into whether it exaggerated the range of its cars may lead to a material adverse impact on our business. I'm not sure about this one, because gas vehicle companies do this too. It's, you know, here is the range when you're traveling at 35 miles per hour, no wind, flat surface, and you have all of the accessories turned off. There's no headlights going, there's no air conditioning, nothing. This is like the best possible scenario.
But I don't think theirs are as off as these is.
Maybe.
Especially in cold weather.
Yeah, and cold weather is probably way off.
Well, the streaming world, for whatever reason, they keep making it worse. People just keep signing up. What's wrong with us as a country? But as long as you keep doing that, they're going to keep doing this.
Pause ads, quote unquote, creep onto Hulu, Peacock, and Max as streamers seek new revenue. So when you pause, you'll see an ad while it's paused.
Just
awful.
Yeah. Stop. It's so aggressive. It makes me angry because it feels like it's intentionally trying to steal my attention all the time.
I hate this.
And it's such a limited resource now, my attention, and you're trying to take it.
The egregious sin here is that the product changes after you buy it.
Yeah. Well, you don't buy anything.
Yeah.
You own nothing.
Like, oh, today it's different than yesterday. That's unsettling.
Well, here's a cool thing. I mean, well, it's cool if you're thinking in terms of like housewares and smartphones. Hydrophobia is less cool if you're thinking of rabies.
Scientists create the world's most water-resistant surface.
So it's the old silicon treatment thing, but apparently this one is slicker than anyone that's ever come along before.
Are we going to finally realize my dream of having an entire bathroom coated in this, and you just close the door and it comes on like a dishwasher, and it's just the entire inside of the bathroom is sterilized and clean?
What's called a wet bath? Isn't that common in Japan?
Yeah.
You probably have trouble walking around.
You have safety bars everywhere. Like,
Why are they going to be coated?
That would be
that's a good
cool.
point. They rust out eventually. Yeah.
You have to have like magnet boots in this place.
Disposable ones, there's little pegs that stick out of the wall, and you take those down, and it's like, all right, I'm ready for cleaning.
Bring me down.
We all know that the primary purpose of a Microsoft browser is to download other browsers. And Microsoft is not ignorant to this. They know about it, and they've decided to do something.
Microsoft now wants you to take a poll before installing Google Chrome. I'm sure that Microsoft got in trouble in the 90s for this. This was a literal thing. Yeah, it's like, I can't, why?
It's a 100-question poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Do you think they do that with Firefox? Did it say any, or was it just Chrome?
They're not worried about Firefox
Yeah,
at this point.
Firefox is 2% of the market.
There are dozens of us.
And this is something that we see every week. This could be a bingo card. It's just random subscription price increases.
Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, and Apple News Plus are receiving price increases. Hey, everybody else is doing it. Why not us?
Apple TV's taking quite a jump there from $6.99 to $9.99.
It's all so expensive.
Meanwhile, the magic hard drives.
don't know why people are pirating stuff again. I don't know what happened.
It's because they're evil.
I'm not even, I mean, I'm just enjoying my DVD collection format shifted to spinning rust.
To them, that's the same. And Google and Samsung have had their problems in the past, and makes you wonder, was this on purpose or was it a mistake?
Google falsely flags Samsung apps as harmful and tells users to remove it. This included Samsung's Wallet, their Knox security application, which does some sort of security verification remote. It's useful for corporations, making sure that your device is reasonably okay. And a couple other Samsung apps.
Well, home automation is something that a lot of companies will offer you solutions to, and time after time we've showcased how those companies will eventually get bored of that product and they will discontinue it, and because it is a cloud-connected thing, it doesn't work anymore.
Your Amazon Alexa if this then that automations are about to stop working. So if you used Alexa to talk to if this then that to do automation around your house, it's just going to stop work because they're changing the product after you bought it.
In fact, that was October 31st. For you, that's the past.
I would like to turn you on to Home Assistant. Like, just get rid of Alexa. You don't need it. Large language models and home AI. If you're willing to roll up your sleeves a little bit, and let's face it, if you're watching this channel, you are. Home Assistant. There has never been a better chance to just build your own Home Assistant stuff, build your own smart speaker, make your house. And guess what? It's not going to change. If you never update it, it's going to work the same today as it does in 20 years.
You might need some security.
Probably will need some security.
And let's think back to when Bitcoin was soaring in price, and week after week we had people who were in charge who said, this is a scam, it's terrorism, it's money laundering.
Sounds like Jamie Dimon.
Cryptocurrency is a darkness that must be stamped out.
I'm sure that's an exact quote from Jamie Dimon.
Now things have changed.
JP Morgan handles 1 billion transactions daily in digital token JPM coin? What?
It's the future.
This felt like a press release.
Oh yeah, it was. But it just points out that they've changed their tune somewhat. However, Bitcoin also had a big week because apparently people don't want to just buy Bitcoin, even though it's designed that you can buy any amount of it and it's easy to invest in. Instead, they want to go to the regular stock market.
Bitcoin blasts past $31,000 as optimism for BTC spot ETF surges.
I think it got to 35.
Remember when it was at 60? Pepperidge Farm.
No, it was an 80?
60. Was it? I never made it 80. Did
Did I make it to 80?
They made it 60. 60.
Anyway, it's good, I guess. We do need alternatives. Now, if you are a user of Microsoft Excel for any sort of actual data purposes other than TPS reports or whatever, you have likely been infuriated by a little feature that it has called auto formatting. And that, explaining to people how to change the format of a column, like a lot of the office work that I've done, people are like, oh my God, this is amazing.
I can stop it from doing this obviously idiotic thing. I had no idea.
How did you do that? But in some ways, you could not get around it until now.
Microsoft fixes the Excel feature, quote unquote, that was wrecking scientific data. You had a column that contained something like 12 over 1. It would say, oh, you mean December 1st. It's like, what?
And even changing the format didn't help the scientific naming convention.
Yeah.
Because Excel couldn't do it. And it's always nice to see the opposite of you have to update every 10 minutes or everything's just going to break and everything's going to catch fire. Let's hope that more people use this for our cybersecurity infrastructure that our government's not protecting.
Civil infrastructure platform expands super long-term kernel stable release with a 6.1 based series. What this is the Linux kernel is in literally everything. Linux has completely taken over the universe everywhere except desktop computing, and it's coming for desktop computing. Is it the year of the Linux desktop next year? I don't know. It's on more planets. It's madness. And so recognizing that Linux is ubiquitous in everything beyond computers, it's like, okay, we will plan to support this version of the kernel for 10 years.
And if next year is the year of Linux desktop, One of the reasons might be this.
Tested. Windows 11 Pro's on by default encryption slows SSDs by up to 45%.
Ooh.
Why? Because Microsoft doesn't test anything. They're not bothering with things like right aligned boundaries or even trying to figure out what the physical sector size is on the SSD because they just don't care. Or the people they have working on this don't have a clue what any of that is.
That singular QA employee they had a couple years ago, they're just gone now.
Well, they're deep into alcoholism at this point.
Yeah.
Encrypted SSD can have a little slow.
40%.
A little slow.
If you feel like you might be suffering from that. Now, they do point out if you built your own computer, it's likely your computer did not pass the requirement test to turn that on by default. But they do have instructions on how you can go and disable it.
It's also worth pointing out that a lot of these SSDs have a hardware encryption function that could be leveraged. Just saying.
Well, you should build your own PC, but maybe you don't need to if you win this bad boy, which is a very high-spec PC, and you don't even have to give up any money. This is a dark future, I feel like. This is the World Economic Forum future, where you just go ahead and trade your blood.
Liquid cooled PC with quote-unquote real human blood lined up as a Diablo 4 giveaway. Now, I'm sure that they took
turn in.
coagulants out of it.
Fuck.
But other than that, cooled with real human blood.
That's probably like 0.01%.
Actually, they're going to have a hard time. There are some states that have laws about transporting this kind of thing.
Yeah, what if it breaks? It's a huge... I mean, I guess they probably tested the blood, but like,
It turns
it's a
into
safety issue.
Again, it's been sterilized. There's like a tiny drop of blood.
Yeah.
It's okay. Also, it's Diablo 4 was kind of a flop, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not among the whales, but yeah, I think for among the general public.
If you want the Diablo 4 experience, let's take, it's crazy that Divinity is a better Diablo experience than Diablo. That's
Also,
madness.
this, you will not even get a chance to win this unless they hit the minimum amount of blood.
In
440 quotes?
Yeah, in Diablo.
Oh no, it's 666 quotes.
Yeah.
Moving on to social media, we have a death.
Pebble Falls, a friendly Twitter replacement, closes its doors.
I've never even heard of this one, I don't think.
I don't think people go to Twitter to be friendly. It's not what the users are looking for, friends.
There's some good cat content on there.
Yeah. Reddit's got better.
That's true.
It's easy. And this was a fun story because it points out the whole idea of the information war, and it's interesting that when faced with disinformation, the quote-unquote good guys don't say, oh, no, we should combat disinformation with the truth. They're like, no, we'll just do our own disinformation, and we'll be better at it.
Spy versus Spy, how Israelis try to stop Russia's information war in Africa.
That's a bad headline. The headline should be how they spread their own disinformation in Africa to combat Russian disinformation in Africa.
It do be like that, don't it?
The poor Africans, they get the rough end of the technology stick almost every time. Because by the time the technology gets to them, they've figured out how to weaponize it against humans.
Yeah.
Perfectly. And another company that likes to weaponize things against humans, which is their IP, which is the only thing that they've got that's any kind of goodwill, is Nintendo.
Nintendo's updated social media guides target modified games and leaks from data mining. I think that we should, somebody did a mod for the original Super Mario Brothers to make Wheelchair Mario, and that's great. That's uplifting, and that we should definitely look down upon Nintendo's behavior here because that was an empowering mod.
I don't know if it's exactly the same, but Minecraft did something very similar to this recently, where they updated their guidelines and it was like, you can't mention the Minecraft brand in these particular contexts, and it's like, why?
Now this is not, I didn't include the other story because they covered it here, but also if you're gonna do your own Nintendo gaming event with Nintendo games, there's a whole new set of rules about not using the IP to advertise, how you pay out. They want
Blizzard
total
does that
control
too.
of everything. So if you're gonna do a Smash Brothers tournament and there's too many people that show up, Nintendo will come down on you.
This is offensive. This is not.
You can have fun with our games, but only in the ways that we tell you.
And we get a taste.
Yeah.
Imagine a LAN party with this. Like, oh, you can't use Steam at a LAN party.
whenever Gabe dies, it's all over.
Yeah. It's just, this is, how do we, like, can we protect this in law somehow? Like, it has copyright actually maximized to the point that this is defensible legally? And if so, we need to take action, like, now. It's already gotten horribly bad.
And what are we going to do about it? Well, one thing that people are trying to do something about is how awful social media is and how it's apparently destroying our youth. And so we have a whole bunch of attorney generals who've gotten together.
States sue Meta, claiming its social platforms are addictive and harm children's mental health. Not unlike the video game lawsuits of the 1980s.
Well, I think this one's got far more truth to it.
It's got legs. Well, we designed an algorithm to be as addictive as possible. It's like, well, we designed a reward system in a video game to be as addictive as possible.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, Mario's got so much better life than me. Maybe I'll take some drastic steps. I don't think too many people are like that.
I wish I could go crawling through the sewers like Mario can.
Probably for some kids that ate mushrooms.
Probably.
Probably not too many. And we keep seeing that Threads, it's bad headline after bad headline, but maybe it's just a waiting game and they've stayed long enough to win over.
Zuckerberg says that Threads has almost 100 million monthly users. And they are continuing to put a lot of development work into it. They've added a lot of features.
It's crazy that they didn't have a direct message feature, I think, at the start.
It's definitely a good time for them to push toward that as the pay for Twitter thing comes in.
Yeah.
Because people are going to opt out. I hope. But the metaverse push has not stopped, and Zuckerberg's insane vision continues to dominate the platform to the tune of billions of dollars.
Meta's money pit. Metaverse bleeds, the bed is bleeding billions of dollars. This is a piece that was basically written by shareholders to try to wrest control from Zuckerberg.
So 23 is not over yet, and we are creeping up on that number, so if the next couple of months are as bad as this month, he will break the record once again. What's their user count in the metaverse?
73.
Who has the money for the equipment to get into the metaverse?
There's a lot of people that really like the Quest 3 headset. There's a lot of people using it as like productivity. They're like, look, I've created a bunch of virtual displays for myself.
Can you do it for 8 hours a day? 12?
That'll be tough.
Yeah.
Well, Twitter also introduced horrible API restrictions and destroyed everybody's apps, and that is some of the big names are finally saying like, bro, we're not like this.
So that gets rid of its X integration. Remember when Web 3 used to be all these API integrations in an open API and you could use the platform how you want? And it turns out Web 3 is no. It's all about microtransactions, and in this case, not microtransactions. The main reason this was removed is because X wanted a lot of money.
People were so excited for Web 3. And I don't think it's really brought us anything.
Our last tab today is not a tab that should have been included in the one.
Oops.
Oops. We were having some problems. It was just like, I don't understand. It's like I thought the package name was Google-Chrome, and it turns out that it was, but I just couldn't find it for some reason.
Anyway, that's it for this episode. We'll see you guys on Friday. Bye!
So much time lost. 2/10 to TC, really? Christ. Bit early on the TC there. TC. Okay, so let's see what's up. What's up? Let's see. Okay, -1 + 1. Okay, so 5, 6, 5, 9. .91. Five, 9, 8, 5, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 9, 8, 5, 9, 6, 5, 4, 5, 1. And lows 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 4, 2, 5, 5, 2, 5, 5. Tire temps hot. 87, 83, 92, 89. Pressures. 25.6, 25.9, 25.1, 25.3. No, 29.9, 27, 26.9. Okie dokie, so that was 5.6, 5.9, 5.1, 5.3, 5.6, 5.9, 5.1, 5.3. Okay. Good. Okay, so tire wear. Uh, 8. Oh, wow. Wait, which set was I on? Set 4. So, make it a note. 252. 252. 2.28. 2.29. So where is even? That's good. But Jesus, fuck me. Duct 3-3 wing 12. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little break, snack a little, move some clothes over to the dryer, put on a new machine and such. And then I shall return for some wet tire testing. Because goddamn, it's boring driving alone. Goddamn. Anywho, I shall leave the thing running just for the memes. Then and save. And I shall return in a little bit.
Oh, Gloria, I feel so much better. I feel so much better today. And it's not the drugs and it's not the weather. I just feel so much better today. I've been asleep in the driver's seat. I've been lost in my head for weeks, trying to find what it is I need. Too goddamn tired to sleep. And then there are other times I'm so aware that I lose my mind and never feel like I get enough. So high that I can't stand up. fire and can't stay warm. The only secret to make it through is to take what's in front of you. The fear of death and the thrill of speed, and all the lights in front of me. Drive till the coast is clear, faster till it disappears. I've been lost in my head for weeks, trying to find what it is I need. Too goddamn tired to sleep. Setting sun is a smoking gun, is a four-letter word, I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw, is a broken jaw, is a burning bridge, move your hips. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. City like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder and you can't remember. king-size bed was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. The city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of some look to the sky for truth. I look across the room. Katie's dressing full bloom, yellows and blues. But I prefer kick drums and red wine. 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 Some people fight it with devotion, some with gold and some with bourbon. Some like praying to the blue skies, some like putting on a disguise. But I prefer kick drums and red wine. 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 Drums and red wine. I prefer kick drums and red wine. I prefer kick drums and red wine. I prefer kick drums and red wine. sun in my eyes and the gold coast shining, and the girl with the braids in her hair. Steady breeze, and though I was falling, I would follow her anywhere. The sky turned gray and the flash flood warning. She smiled and she took my hand. She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring. Swore I heard a marching band. Hanging out of the third-story window, oh, you were a sight to see. The black dress that bends when the wind blows, roll back the tide for me. Sunset skies, the paint is peeling, the wind blowing sand in her hair. Endless days in the deep blue feeling, I would follow her anywhere. Shot kidneys always bruised, but daddy's girl, it became you. In the front seat, you pulled me close, kissed my lips, it tasted like flashes of crosswords and chamomile. The years pass like a Ferris wheel. Tiny fractures in the form. The days we live so much more. Got a little place near the beach. We watch the sailboats out at sea. And we ride along the Palisades. Love is just a summer day. If you hold too tight, it starts to fade. Let it go, then it floats away. In time, will you remember me? For a second, we had everything. How far away can summer searching by to summer aimless and upward. fell in love with the feeling, didn't fall in love with you. It was a song I was singing, it wasn't meant for you. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away. I bite your lip and you taste like summertime. I can't forget the days when you were mine. Do you wander the streets every night just to find me too? Like years, echoes in the streetlights, in between those spaces, in the moments. Come and find me where we let go. Come and find me where we let go. I fell in love with the feeling and your funny faces. You were beautiful and broken in all the right places. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away. Millions behind, or light years ahead. Our time is now, our time was then. And I hear your voice inside of my head, but it's just a silhouette. Do you wonder what happens to all of the love we Like years, echoes in the streetlights, in between those spaces, in the moments. Come and find me where we let go. Come and find me where we let go. Come and find me where we let go. Do you want your tears back? Let go. I'm sorry. city carved a silhouette on the ocean after dark, over the lonely and the holy and the red blood beating hearts. Up from the dirty black water, a shadow void of form raised itself out of the river, and it climbed upon the shore. Neon on the blacktop, there's a gentle rain downtown, a shadow pooling underneath me as it follows on the ground. Kissed you when I saw you, stared deep into your eyes. I meant to say I love you, but instead I said goodbye. Shadows in the city, I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets I'm someone else. Shadows in the city, like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Neon city, downtown. Neon city, downtown. Neon city, downtown. Neon city, downtown. Neon city. For all my good intentions, there's a shadow in the dark. It comes to me infrequently and breaks your perfect heart. I don't know why I do it, apologize, but it's too late. A single tear and you leave me here, and the shadow slips away. Shadows in the city, I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets I'm someone else. Shadows in the city, like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Neon city, downtown. Neon city, downtown. Neon city, downtown. Neon
miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
Glowing windows in the buildings from the elevated train. I see 1,000 different stories pass, and faces without names. Forget why I came here, and I forget why I stayed. And I wonder if they notice if I slipped away. What if I kept going? What if I don't get off tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Could I find you there? Could I find you there? If I slipped away. What if there's no answer? We're all just hearts that have to fight through the dangers of the rapids, through the darkness to the light. Could I find you there? Could I find you there? If I slipped away.
You can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
crystalline. The problem with believers, they let anyone in the door. The problem with deceivers is all the bodies buried under the floorboards. Sailors knew sirens would sing from rocks off the cliffs by the sea. The monsters with waiting teeth, their skin shines crystalline. Rush hour on an uptown train, doors open, and she walks in, she's soaking, caught in the rain, her skin shines like crystalline. Been trying to move on, been black and blue, trying to turn the old into something new. You found somebody, I found someone too. She got everything I need, yeah, but she's not you. Lock my love into the ground, hope it never could be found. Body slowly shutting down, and now I'm still alive, but I can't feel. I got stuff inside, but it's not real. They say I'm fine, but I feel synthetic. Nothing human left in me. I'm just a machine full of moving parts. I got emptiness where I used to have a heart. And I'm still breathing, I'm synthetic. Nothing human left in me. Nothing human about me. No emotion, just auto-tune. Left who I was back there with you. Maybe I died and I kept moving in the body made from plastic and glue. Lock my love into the ground, hope it never could be found. Body slowly shutting down, and now I'm still alive, but I can't feel. I got stuff inside, but it's not real. They say I'm fine, but I feel synthetic.
Okay, whatever. It's 2020.
I've been so low, felt the wind roll like I was a screen door in a thunderstorm. Yeah, I've been down, you've been laid out, but you always were what I came here for. Waiting all day just for my sake, for a bell to ring, for the first
Tires.
sting. Yeah, I've been
Again,
blue.
15
That ain't
minutes.
nothing new to you, my friend. Why get up again? so fast, all that I had. But when it's time to, I'll fight for you, 'cause you know you are why I've come so far.
This is probably good.
I've made mistakes and I've been hard-hit. I say, so what? So what if I did? I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid.
Oh,
Started over,
hip limiter.
started over again. I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid.
Damn it. Oh my god, I got hit by the real bout of queasiness there. 416. FPS was stable, it just feels like I get sucked into the ground there. I don't understand why. Oh, so fucking uncomfortable.
You'll always be a part of me. You gave me a song to sing, dancing in your innocent and true. Elvis tattoo on your shoulder, we'll know better when we're older. You'll always be a part of me. Some wounds will always sting, forever in full bloom. Barely 22. Summer days are growing colder, we'll know better when we're older.
20. And
All of this was planned when the world was started. The red blood hearts, the final word was never said. I'm tossing in my bed, but everything's clear in the rearview mirror. Nothing is left. The lights of evening round us shine, pink and silver skies. You'll always be a part of me. You gave me a song to sing, dancing in your room, innocent and true. Elvis tattoo on your shoulder, we'll know better when we're older. You'll always be a part of me. Some wounds will always sting, forever in full bloom. Barely 22. Summer days are growing colder, we'll know better when we're older.
what we're looking at. 51, 52, 59.
skyline looked like a stained glass window. The city sang such mad crescendo. 4 bare feet on a rain-soaked street. Summer air brushed fever dreams.
Actually, this is easier.
Disappeared in a camera flash.
OBS is a monitor.
Bad girls never last. Lost in gin and
728.
lemonade. Electro spins in the mermaid parade.
Okay, I'll copy this over to my teammates in the other car.
4 quartets and no regrets.
No way, they've done it already.
Polaroids I left. You were just some spell I was under.
Oh, they
That in the sun.
done the first bit, not the rest. Okay. Updated. And 1, 7. Next spin. Early on the day. First hour. game time is correct, and that's all that matters at the moment. It says 11, so we're looking at 40 minutes of practice, 20 minutes of quali. It's not 13, it's 11. Okay.
He comes alive in metropolis lights when the music's way too loud. Deep in the night, it's easy
Green
to
flag is not
hide.
correct.
He's got it all figured out. White satellites getting lost in his eyes, but to him she's just another girl.
Should say 12.
Roll with the tide like the wind in the sky, and he'll only let you down.
Not by an hour, it's not a big deal. Means that I can start to get driving at midnight and drive until. Well, the obviously stuff and reasons and such.
Where do you go in a town full of ghosts and everybody knows your name? And all the homecoming queens in the small town seas, they'll offer you a place to stay. Someone forever instead of whenever when they're naked in the light. It's a stranger to potion, but sometimes emotion almost makes you feel alive.
I'm so fucking tired of the UI moving around. Can they just fucking settle on something already? What I wanted to do.
Keep on, keep on, keep
So-
on, keep on running.
We are looking at a Skibidi difference.
Keep
So
on, keep on, keep on, keep on running.
that stint is at 6. 5 of 96. From those pictures, I don't know what my board was. I can conclude this preparation session for this time. Fuck. I am the car. I am a transformer. balls was that cut legal though? gonna struggle with those tires, man. But, how do I phrase this?
I wasn't looking for action, just some
such a
distraction,
dick.
just a little weeknight, booth in the back. I wasn't looking for romance, just a quick slow dance, and the off chance that an off night and a side glance might lead me to the wrong head. I wasn't looking for you. I wasn't after forever, just for whatever. I was one of the dark hearts who thought that they'd never truly be open. But this is an explosion of star-crossed and blood-rushed and head-tossed and cheeks flushed and weeks gone.
Okay. Oh yeah. Make notes.
I wasn't looking for you.
I lose my tire stuff there.
I said I never felt my heart like this. She
Where
said
is
I
he?
never
No
felt
need
my
to
body.
log it.
Always thought the point of
Uh-oh.
love
Oh,
was
shit.
just to keep from
5-4.
to keep from falling to the deep blue, the deep blue. Falling to the deep blue, the deep blue.
5-4.
I wasn't looking for devotion.
4851.
Cheap emotion, but I found love like an ocean. On my second whiskey, your eyes tried to miss me, they lost control. I didn't know I had a soul until the moment you kissed me. I wasn't looking for
Save,
you.
even though I know I already did.
I said I never felt my heart like this. She said I never felt my body. I always thought the point of love was just to keep from falling to the deep blue, the deep blue. Falling to the deep blue, the deep
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do some dirt. Condense the palette, see if I get dizzy there as well, or if it's just ACC. Oh yeah. Fire up a new stream. Because obsession with the whole thing.
I wasn't looking for action, just some distraction, just a little weeknight, booth in the back.
Should I
I
test
wasn't
out
looking
the
for
crop feature
romance,
from
just a
YouTube?
quick
Nah,
slow
I don't
dance,
trust
and
it.
the
Fuck
off
this.
chance that an off night and a
I
side
shall
glance
return
might
on
lead
a
me to
new
the wrong
broadcast.
head.
Catch you in a bit. Ooh, nice timing.